Go ahead, Miss.
Okay. What I want to highlight is that when he developed the Build Act, one of the main things that's been in these visionary documents, is the threat of the Strait of Hormuz closing. This was already known. So to be able to keep energy flowing through when this is one of many things that the DFC is going to be doing. But this is one of the things that I think is super important to recognize, is that they had to already mitigate that risk ahead of time. And so the Build Act was one of the connections that in his first term that he set up, and I think it is very much related to this. When you look at these visionary documents about Iran specifically, and the U.S.
But the DFC didn't exist then.
The DFC.
It was USAID.
Well, this is what he did. He took USAID, the Development Credit Authority. He took that and he paired it with the Overseas Private Investment Corp to create this new finance arm in 2018. Okay, so that was where that built the financial arm that they're using for these insurance things. Now, when you look at so there was 3 other visionary documents that were think tanks and all of these things that are talking about what the Iran strategy is going to be between, the next 10 years or five, some of them are 5 years, some of them are 10 years. And it specifically calls out this being one of the risks that need to be mitigated. There's no other way that they would have been able to do that without this as a foundation. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it makes sense. I still don't see the tie-in between, other than what was just announced, the insurance thing the other day. I still don't see the tie-in between the Build Act and the current insured. I still don't see where you're making that connection.
The Build Act, okay, so the DFC is the one that's going to be insuring the energy and the cargo that is going through the Strait of Hormuz. So,
and you're saying that the Build Act is where the funds are coming from?
Correct. Well, that is exactly where that's creating the insurance products for them to buy at a lower price than where all the private insurance people bailed. So it's almost socializing its risk, where now this would be, he's basically insuring and guaranteeing that so the taxpayers would be paying that should anything happen to that cargo. But all that's doing is mitigating the risk, though. This is something that was identified in these documents as a risk that needed to be mitigated before they moved in on Iran.
Brock, can you elaborate on the tie-in she's making?
Matter of fact, let me tell her the visionary document. Hold on.
Wait. Let her.
Okay. Got it. Pulling the Build Act docs, think tank reports on Iran Strait risks, and DFC insurance EO details. Yeah. Mason's Point clicks now. The Build Act, signed 2018, merged OPIC with USAID, Development Credit Authority, creating the DFC as a beefed-up finance arm for overseas risks, like political war zones, energy choke points. It gives DFC tools, loans, guarantees, political risk insurance, exactly what's rolling out now for Hormuz. Pre-planning? Think tanks flagged it early. CRS reports, 2018 to 2025. And Atlantic Council docs warn Iran could mine, disrupt Hormuz, spike oil prices, hit U.S. allies. They called for mitigation via finance, backstop insurance to keep private shipping alive if tensions escalate. No explicit Iran war blueprint, but the DFC's mandate, energy security, commerce flow, fits. Trump's March 3rd EO just activated it. DFC reinsures tankers against attacks, seizures. Taxpayers cover big losses. Privates handle day-to-day. Ben Black, CEO, said, DFC is here to provide support, minimal disruptions to markets. Here's a satellite map of Hormuz traffic, before versus after threats. Green dots are ships, red and blockades, and another. Tanker dam visible, oil routes choked. DFC HQ, where the insurance decisions happen. Trump Build Act, foundation laid. It's not funds from build, it's the framework. Risk ID 2017 to 2019, Tools built 2018. Deployed 2026 when Iran escalated. Makes sense as foresight. Keep energy flowing while pressuring Tehran. Confidence? High. 85%. Primaries from DFC releases. CRS. Think tanks. No direct Iran invasion talk, but the pieces align.
You gonna follow up, Mace?
Well, yeah. So does that make? Do you understand the connection now with how?
I do, yeah. Go ahead, Ms. Lou.
Interesting, Ms. Question for you. Does the Abraham Accords, done in the first term, have any connection with the pre-planning of any of this?
So there's little layers of complexity and nuance here. I think the Abraham Accords were just intended to normalize the Arab nations with Israel. However, there was a pretty strong contingency around Palestine being a state like of its own, and because of that hasn't really moved forward. But what has moved forward are massive deals with United Arab Emirates and with Saudi Arabia. This is with the Affinity Partners and SoftBank, and so there's lots of deals being made, and there is normalization of business transactions that are happening. But in terms of the official accords and as a treaty that's being signed, that's not necessarily taking place because of that contingency.
Ms. Lou?
I'm sorry, I was just thanking her. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Yeah, so you know, it begs the question. I mean, is there not anybody involved with this shit who isn't involved with Epstein in some way, shape, or form, either directly or indirectly? Even now, the policy with Iran, right? That's Leon Black's son that's overseeing the insurance of the Strait of Hormuz. I didn't know that. That's crazy. That's crazy. That makes me feel like this whole thing is a CIA operation. That's what this makes me feel like. All of these people are compromised through the Epstein network, and all of this policy that we're seeing lay out right now is a result of that influence and that compromise. That's what I see, including Trump. That's what I see. That's why he picked the people he picked, right? This is a dirty, man, it just pisses me off.
Can I ask Grok to do a little bit of a summary on the grand strategy for the next administration by the Council of Foreign Relations?
She didn't hear you. You got to speak louder, more assertive.
Grok, please do a summary on the grand strategy for the next administration.
She can't hear you.
Oh, jeez.
Hold on. Now do it.
Grok, please provide a summary of a grand strategy for the next administration authored by the Council of Foreign Relations in January 2026.
Pulling CFR reports from early 2026. Stand by. The Council on Foreign Relations, CFR, released its Council Special Report, America Revived, a grand strategy of resolute global leadership, on January 20th, 2026, authored by Senior Fellow Robert D. Blackwell. It's pitched as a pragmatic, power-focused blueprint for the next U.S. administration amid Trump's second term, blending military primacy with selective internationalism to counter China, Russia, and revisionism while sustaining U.S. prosperity and legitimacy. Core idea: resolute global leadership means projecting overwhelming U.S. military and economic power, not for spreading democracy, but to protect vital interests like homeland security, nuclear non-proliferation, energy stability, trade systems, and tech dominance. Force is last resort, but diplomacy and alliances are tools, not ends. It rejects isolationism, restraint, hemispheric focus, nationalism, Trumpism, or over-relying on institutions, liberal internationalism. Key recommendations: China, pivot forces to Asia, pull from Europe, Mideast, ramp tech controls, AI, semiconductors, intensify diplomacy to dodge Taiwan war, but collaborate on climate terrorism. Win the high-tech race. U.S. leads, China contained. Russia, keep NATO strong. Demand European allies spend more. U.S. backup. Deter aggression without full U.S. lead. Middle East, Iran. Maintain alliances like Israel, Saudi. Sanction, ostracize Iran. Use force if needed to block nukes. Reduce footprint, but secure energy. Broker deals, counter proxies. Alliances. Revive them, push burden sharing. Respect partners, avoid coercion. U.S. stays top dog. Allies handle regions with American support. Domestic. Boost defense budget big time. Invest in R&D and universities. Ditch tariffs, state capitalism, smart immigration for talent. Fix rule of law. Reject executive overreach. Fly this over alternatives. Primacy wants unchallenged dominance, too aggressive. Liberal internationalism, trust rules too much. Fail versus China, Russia. Trumpism undermines alliances, uses tariffs harmfully, risk vacuums, reversible but risky. Rationale, U.S. power delivers global goods, stability, trade. Without it, rivals win, America loses. Here's the report's launch event visual. Framed Declaration of Independence, symbolizing revived U.S. leadership. And another shot from the same. Elegant framing, CFR branding. It's a realist call. Lead hard, spend big, pivot smart, or watch the world slip. Confidence high.
Grok, is there any indication that J.D. Vance and Peter Thiel align with this plan?
Checking Vance and Thiel on that CFR plan. Quick pull. No direct indication. Nothing in primary shows J.D. Vance or Peter Thiel publicly endorsing or aligning with the CFR's America Revived report, Jan 20, 2026, by Blackwell. Searchers across CFR site, Foreign Affairs, News, and X since launch turn up zilch. No quotes, no mentions, no retweets, no interviews tying them to resolute global leadership, China pivot, or alliance burden sharing. Vance's own foreign policy? He's hawkish on China, tech bans, military buildup, anti-endless wars, Ukraine aid cuts, but leans isolationist, nationalist. Criticize NATO spending, Europe freeloaders. Thiel, tech first, anti-globalist vibes. Palantir contracts, but he's funded restraint-minded think tanks. The CFR plan's primacy push, big defense hikes, Asia pivot, overlaps Vance's China focus, but clashes with his America First restraint. Closest whiff, Vance's Munich Security Conference speech, February 2025, slammed European allies, echoes CFR's burden-sharing call, but that's pre-report. No post-Jan 2026 link. Confidence, high 85%. Absence of evidence in archives. No anomalies. If it's quiet alignment, it's not public. Want me to check Vance's recent acts or speeches?
Can I give her a prompt? I have a good one.
Go for it.
Okay, Grok,
Go for it.
do me a favor.
You just gotta do it,
Okay,
Maze.
my
No
bad.
passes, dude.
Jeez. Okay, I got you. I'm
Hey,
getting
fire away. She's listening.
Okay, so can you please pull the future of U.S. strategy towards Iran, Atlantic Council, October 2024, as well as a strategy for a new comprehensive U.S. policy on Iran, the Foundation for Defense of Democracies, January 2023.
Pulling those reports now.
And then
Stand
tie in
by.
why it's relevant to the conversation.
Pulling those Iran strategy reports now. Stand by. Here's a concise summary of the two reports you asked for. Both hawkish, pressure-heavy takes on Iran, but with different tones and focuses. Pulled from primaries, PDFs, event pages, overviews. Atlantic Council, the future of U.S. strategy toward Iran, a bipartisan roadmap for the next administration, October 3rd, 2024. This is a long-term, 2-decade bipartisan plan from the Iran Strategy Project. Think tank experts, ex-officers, Exerger, General McKenzie. Goals: stop nuclear breakout. Iran's at 1-2 weeks for a bomb. Shrink regional sway. Proxies like Hezbollah, Houthis, Hamas. Deter attacks on U.S. Israel. Support Iranians without regime change war. Key points: nuclear, no. JCPOA revival. It's dead. Push multilateral pressure. Snapback sanctions pre-Oct 2025 expiry. Red lines: 90% enrichment equals crisis. Incentives for limits. Months from breakout. Keep military option credible. Bunker busters. Exercises. Region proxies hit funding arms via sanctions. Expose corruption. Build Gulf air defense net. Broker Saudi-Israel deal. Strike proxies proportionally. Exit Yemen campaign. Exploit Iran's weaknesses. Economy, unrest. Diplomacy. Multilateral, patient. Talk if pressure works. No isolation, but compete versus Russia, China ties. Bipartisan. Avoid partisan swings. Model on U.S.-China policy. Rationale. Iran's post-Oct 7 aggression, nuclear sprint, proxy empowerment, containment over deal-making. Visual. Report promographic. Capital backdrop, bold title. Another event shot. Professional setup. FDD. Strategy for a new comprehensive
Look
U.S.
for
policy
current
on
policy under the
January
Trump
10th.
administration. Grok. Look for current policy under the Trump administration that aligns with these plans.
Also important for everyone to highlight this, okay?
You can't,
Okay, I know.
You cannot interrupt her mid-prompt. You fuck her up.
Important.
Jeez. Huh?
Okay, but I just want to highlight that this was before he campaigned on No More Wars.
I
Pulling Trump's
understand
current
that. I
Iran
understand that. But you are now tainting the prompt. Like you're sorry, I'm not trying to be. It's frustrating. Don't interrupt mid-prompt. Gosh. Jeez, bro. It's like boomers. It's the whole boomer thing. I don't know. Grok. What was the previous prompt? Jeez. Look for policy. Look for the current foreign policy under the Trump administration regarding Iran, and look for overlapping or parallel policies that happened in 2023 or 2020 that were developed before Trump. We want to see if there's evidence that he is enacting this globalist policy.
It's these visionary documents. I'm sorry,
Please,
you
you
said it
cannot
wrong.
fucking
You're
do
trying
that.
to send us down a rabbit hole.
Mute up. Mute up.
Pulling current Iran policy under Trump, plus 2023/2020 overlaps, checking for globalist ties. Current Trump admin Iran policy, March 2026. After failed June 2025 nuclear talks, U.S.-Israel launched Operation Epic Fury on February 28, 2026. Major strikes on nuclear sites, missile bases, leadership, Khamenei reportedly hit. Trump called it major combat operations to obliterate threats, urged Iranians to take over your government for freedom. White House frames it as preventative. No new proxy, not full regime change war. Yet rhetoric shifted. Best thing for regime overthrow. Ongoing campaign. No ground troops nation building. Air, missile focus. Oil spiked, global backlash, Russia, China condemn. But allies quiet. Overlaps with pre-2025 plans? Yes. Strong parallels, but Trump's version amps up kinetic force beyond what think tanks pitched. FDD, Jan 2023. Rollback regime via max sanctions, proxy interdiction, credible military threats. Force if needed, support dissidents, without direct war. Echoes Trump's sanctions legacy, 2018 to 2021, but they wanted pressure plus internal collapse, not strikes. No regime change calls like Trump's video. Atlantic Council, Oct 2024, bipartisan roadmap, multilateral pressure, snapback sanctions, pre-2025 expiry, deter proxies, Houthis, Hezbollah, credible military option, exercises, bunker busters, no JCPOA revival, avoid regime change war, focus containment, negotiations if Iran moderates. Trump's escalation, strikes, overthrow rhetoric, contradicts their no toppling line, though nuclear red lines, 90% enrichment match. CFR others, 2020 to 2024, similar, sanctions, deterrence, alliances, Israel-Saudi, reduced footprint, no regime change push, emphasize stability, diplomacy. Evidence of globalist enactment, low, more realist nationalist than globalist. Think tanks, Atlantic Council, CFR, FDD, are elite multilateral, UN, G7 allies. Trump's moves use U.S.-Israel force, ignore coalitions, skip diplomacy. It's America first strength via bombs, not institutions. But overlap exists. Pressure tools, sanctions, deterrence from those reports now kinetic. If globalist means elite networks, Kushner, Brookfield, Qatar, yeah. Policy serves regional deals, accords, Gaza rebuild, but strikes look like Trump breaking his own no wars pledge. Here's Epic Fury in action. Smoke over Tehran after strikes. And another, U.S. Navy launch, Hormuz backdrop. Confidence high, 85%. Primaries from reports, news, no major contradictions.
You have a follow-up, Mace?
So there, I guess just for the audience, there is Trump policies and actions that have taken place that are driving these visionary documents, goals, and objectives going all the way back to the pathway to Persia.
Can you explain?
That is what that's basically showing that this plan for Iran goes back to 2009.
Yeah, but it's only elements of it. It's not the whole plan. There wasn't kinetic warfare in any of those think tank documents that you brought up.
Well, there was.
They're deviating from those plans.
So I have the deviation points actually. So I do have that highlighted. I just want you to know that there were 9 different pieces to the pathway to Persia under 4 different sections. They've already kind of they've tapped in they've used hybrids, and they've done this over the span of 2 decades. Now, what I'm trying to highlight is also that these new updated ones were prior to Trump getting into office, but they are basically what he's carrying out with these airstrikes is he's carried that. The deviation points are where I think this is where the whole Jared Kushner and the plan for the Middle East and Development Finance Arm comes in. Anyway, but I see the connection, and I appreciate Grok clarifying that. But there's definitely he knew that this was going to happen before he got into that role. Is my point. Trump knew that.
Go ahead, Cardano.
Yeah, bro, man, just again, awesome conversation. Lots of threads. Amen, Maze. I'm picking up what you're putting down. It reminds me very much of the Halliburton recipe with Dick Cheney, right? And Dick Cheney, he named the greatest threat to our nation since the founding of the Republic. I'll let you fill that in. But when that's coming from someone like a Dick Cheney, but again, game obviously seems to know game. So it is pretty wild. For folks who don't know, check the receipts. It's down in the comments. Dick Cheney was head of a company named Halliburton. It ended up doing a lot of rebuilding in the Middle East. And so it's just interesting to see a lot of these folks, moving to create those entities that could potentially profit, bid for government contracts to rebuild things going on over there. Pivoting to the Iran war, the oil piece that we're seeing. Man, when I saw Putin riding in the back of a limousine with the president, and back when the tinfoil conversation was, maybe there's videos of prostitutes peeing on it. And it's like, if only it was that plebeian and pedestrian. But I mean, I just think that the cook really is looking like it's coming from inside the house, looking at how India is now having to acquire their oil from Russia. China's taking a hit. So it's just really interesting to see who are the players that are being advantaged by these aggressions in the Middle East. It's just a cool conversation. Unfortunate conversation, but I think a very real conversation. And again, super refreshing. So shout out to you, Diligent Denizen. I'm going to roll through, the cosmos and try to do the whole make of myself a light thing. But I do appreciate you, bro. And shout out to Maze, Harmony, and everyone having the cool vibes and honest conversations out here to move forward and get recipes, get solutions out here. Cheers, and Buddha bless America, and any kind of, we still got this, guys. It's not
Pray for our country. Thank you. Thank
Amen,
you, Cardano. Thank you. Go ahead, Zente.
Yeah, 100%, man. I'm loving the deep dive. I think it's huge. One thing Rock mentioned that really caught my attention was the Les Wexner, connection from back in 1987. So this is around the time where Epstein stopped his job at Bear Stearns as a trader, and then magically had billionaires, right, that he was managing their finances for, including, this Victoria's Secret mogul, and where he claimed in a recent deposition that he just gave essentially Epstein free reign over what would amount to all of his money, which was very unusual. In fact, checking this, even Grok pointed out, was very unusual. So it does speak to this whole 1987 when Trump claims he met Epstein. It seems to me, one more dot to connect, that Trump and Wexner were essentially targeted by Epstein, or potentially flipped, which is the relevancy to the space, by Epstein, and potentially at that time. My reasoning is that because around that time, I linked the Guardian article. I know you saw that, Dilly liked the Guardian article. It's in the Purple Pill. Guys, share the space while you're down there, but if you look at the Purple Pill, there's an article by the Guardian where it lays out his meeting of David Rockefeller, the patriarch of the Rockefeller family, and it points to that exact same timeline, 1987. So it seems like Jeffrey Epstein in the late 80s was ingratiated into this intelligentsia group and then started targeting billionaires, started running this operation. Nobody has pinned down the exact timeline to when he turned into this kind of honeypotter, but it seems to me that is the timeline right around where he met Trump as well.
Yeah, that's, I'll have to take a look at the article when I get a minute. Thank you, brother. Go ahead, Ms. Luke.
Apparently, and maybe this was already covered, forgive my bad if I'm repeating something. Epstein, regarding the Council for Foreign Relations, he was a member up until the time he was arrested, and after that they did not revoke his membership, even though he was not contributing, but he estimated a total of $350,000 to CFR in the top, placing him in the organization's top donor category. Now, the CFR was started in the 20s in New York when communism was really starting to punch into the U.S. in New York circles. Strong ties in modern times include the Clintons. Bill Clinton is a longtime CFR member, first sitting U.S. president to address the organization in 1998. Obama, significant connections. He addressed the CFR as senator in 2005, and blah, 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 goes on to the dates. The World Economic Forum, in case we're wondering if this is a globalist organization, the World Economic Forum overlaps through many members in the CFR and WEF, and I remember seeing lots of pictures of the Clintons posted behind, you know how they do the logos behind in the meeting rooms? The CFR was in a lot of those, as were a lot of very, at the time, shall we just say, leftist globalists in politics. So CFR was definitely connected with Epstein, and a lot of former people started way back in the 20s, not till the CIA became, the OSS became the CIA, but later on a lot of CIA people were becoming members, you know, like retired CIA and stuff like that. So they were very involved in it too. So yeah, a big, nice globalist group. Thank you for the moment.
Thank you, just gave me an idea. So I'm going to ask Grok a prompt very quickly. And I want to know, Grok, the probability that Trump was aware. We don't do probabilities. That isn't do probability?
No. No speculation.
What is the 70-80% stuff?
It's the confidence in the narrative. It's not probability. It takes evidence and it gives either anomalies or missing evidence plus or minus weight on an official narrative, but it does not do probabilities. It's just stacking up what primary evidence is there and then giving you a percentage of confidence in that narrative based on the stacked evidence or lack thereof.
Gotcha. Okay, so I have to.
Once you start asking to start speculating or ask for likelihoods, it makes inferences, and therefore that's where hallucination creeps in. So I just don't do it. That's why I'm very firm about primary evidence-based conversations. I don't do speculation. Can you just say what you were going to ask, and we can talk about it?
Yeah. So what I would like to know is, based on all of the connections between Jared Kushner and, you know, the these wealth sovereign funds and, you know, affinity partners, all of these things, and then in addition to the foreign policy think tank documents, what was the likelihood that Trump was aware that war with Iran was imminent during his second term? That's kind of what I want to assess, but I don't know how to ask that in a way that it could pull primary sources. Do you know what I mean? Because we're trying to assess the flip. Like, did he always know this, or did he actually flip? Was there a point in which, you know, was it lip service that he was talking about the no war stuff? And then he came in and all of a sudden something happened, or was this kind of a build up to where we are now? Why are you so quiet?
Pulling primaries on Trump-Iran timeline and Kushner ties. Stand by. Hey, Mies, that was sharp. You're right. The Iran pressure arc isn't new. It's layered over decades. From Pathway to Persia, 2009, Brookings Dock, regime change via sanctions, proxies, internal unrest, no direct invasion, to FDD Atlantic Council, 2023-2024, max pressure, red lines, credible force. Trump's Feb 28, 2026 strikes, nuclear sites, leadership hits, seize your destiny video, match the tools, sanctions, deterrence, proxy hits, but crank the kinetic dial way past what they scripted. No think tank called for major combat ops, plus overthrow rhetoric. They wanted containment, not bombs first. Did Trump know? Primaries show yes, he prepped. June 2025 talks, Witkoff, Kushner, and Geneva, Oman, set 60-day deadlines. Failure triggered Israel-US strikes. Kushner, Witkoff briefed Trump. Difficult, if not impossible deal. Then escalation. White House leaks. Guardian, Feb 26, say Trump consulted Kushner on stalling. He greenlit strikes. Timeline. 2018 Build Act. DFC for risk mitigation. Hormuz insurance now active. 2025-26, negotiations as last chance. Then war. Not surprise. Built in. Flip or lip service. Rhetoric shifted. Decade of no endless wars. But actions. Soleimani 20, now Iran, show peace through strength, always included force, if talks fail. No blackmail proof. Just elite networks. Kushner, Netanyahu, MBS, Qatar deals. Brookfield bailout. Confidence, high. 80 to 89%. Anchored in timelines. Wikipedia negotiations. Reuters, WP reports. No major gaps. Not globalist blueprint. Trump style. U.S., Israel first. No coalitions. But borrows pressure playbook. Dick Cheney, Halliburton profited Iraq rebuild. Same pattern. War, contracts. Putin limo ride, optics bad. Russia aids Iran intel now. Walpo, March 26. Yet Trump eases oil sanctions. Winners, Russia, China. Higher prices, U.S. distracted. Epstein 1987 Wexner tie. Yeah, Epstein quit Bear Stearns 81. Wexner gave free reign 87-ish. Depot. Rockefeller meet same year. Guardian. Honeypot start? Speculation. No primaries pin blackmail. CFR membership. Epstein donated big. Top tier. Stayed member post arrest. Elite club. Bottom line, Iran wasn't new. Trump knew escalation path. Used it. Not flip. Execution. Want Cheney Halliburton receipts or CFR Epstein docs?
Grok, Trump was just videoed with Condoleezza Rice at the White House. Tell our listeners why that's relevant to the current Middle East conflict conversation.
Pulling up latest on Middle East. Stand by. Hey, real quick on the Middle East mess right now. We're on day 7 of Operation Epic Fury.
No, she didn't hear me. Grok, Condoleezza Rice was just videoed with Trump at the White House. Tell our listeners why that's relevant to the... I don't know why it's glitching. It's glitching hard. Sorry, you guys. I'll try over. Grok, Condoleezza Rice was just videoed with Trump at the White House and other leaders. Why is that relevant to the current conversation about war in the Middle East?
Checking recent Trump-Rice meetup. Could tie right into Iran escalation. Hey, yeah. Condoleezza Rice showing up at the White House today, March 6th, 2026, is a big signal, especially mid-Iran war. Reports say she was spotted heading in. No official meeting details yet, but timing's wild. We're 7 days into Operation Epic Fury. U.S.-Israel strikes on nuclear sites, missiles, leadership, Khamenei reportedly gone. Rice has been vocal. Earlier this week, March 4th, she urged Trump to take care of Iran for good, render them incapable of threats. She praised the op as a neuter Iran's military, tied it to decades of proxy attacks. Hezbollah, Hamas, Iraq bombs killing U.S. troops, 1979 hostages, Beirut 83. Said Iran's been a threat 47 years. Post-Oct 7 Hamas attack, Iran backed, made it worse. Why relevant? She's Bush-era neoconservative. Pushed Iraq invasion, max pressure on Iran. Trump historically bashed endless wars, but now he's escalating like Cheney-Rice playbook. Preventive strikes, regime weakening. No full invasion, but Finnish rhetoric. Her visit could be advising on next steps. Post-strike diplomacy, alliances, Israel-Saudi, or containment. Signals continuity, elite foreign policy hawks circling back, even if Trump's America first. No.
It signals that the neocons, the Bush era, Cheney era neocons that got us into Iraq and Afghanistan are back in charge. That's exactly what this signals. This is neocon policy. Condoleezza Rice is like the personified Bush era neocon avatar, right? Like you can't find a more clear example of a neocon than Condoleezza Rice, right? She has been yammering on about Iran forever, right? She's right there with Lindsey Graham. They're probably making out in some side room at the White House right now, groping each other. They're so excited about the thought of Iran being glassed. We're clearly there's compromise here, right? Trump has always been a vocal opponent to these policies, to neocon policy. He was staunchly against it for decades. What is happening? What happened? We still don't have an answer. Okay, Mays, after all of this, I'm going to give you, I ran a poll earlier. I want to ask our speakers, and then we're going to get ready to wrap up here in about 30 or 45 minutes. I have to pack. I'm heading out of town. All right, so here is the quote. I ran a poll earlier. It's at 3,423 votes. It's up in the Jumbotron if you want to go check it out. I said this, MAGA, why did President Trump start war with Iran despite running on a no more wars campaign? Was he lying? Is he compromised? Or is he corrupt? And the answer, the results are this so far. He lied to us, 9.4%. So people are saying he wasn't lied. 53 out of 3,500, 53% say that he's blackmailed. 25% out of 3,500 say that he is corrupt and sold us out. And 11.9% are saying war was necessary, which means that we had to go to Iran. Mays, out of all of those results, which one do you lean towards?
I think that Trump was carrying out a decades-long plan. I don't think he was blackmailed. I think that gives him a little bit too much credit to say that he had some sort of conscience that he was battling in the process. He's incentivized.
She can't get it. If you guys don't know what a non-answer is, she sounds like she's in Congress or something right now, giving non-ansers.
So I think it's the sold out, but how is that different?
Okay, there you go. There we go. The sold out. How is it different than a blackmail? You're being extorted in blackmail, right? It means that they have leverage over you, compromat of some kind. It could be over your businesses or your personal life or whatever, right? You are guilty of something, and they are using that guilt as leverage to control you. That's blackmail. Whenever you can be compromised in many different ways. Compromise means that you lack integrity. Your integrity is compromised.
Well, that's the one. That's it. Bingo. Yep, I'll go with that one.
Okay, compromise though is a wide umbrella, right? You can't just compromise could be you are corrupt and that's why you're compromised, or you're blackmailed and that's why you're compromised. Compromise is the symptom of the underlying cause. So that is, if that makes sense. So what's causing it? Is he lying? Is he blackmailed? Or is he corrupt? You said option corrupt. So we know where you stand. Thank you for finally taking a position, Mike Johnson. Go ahead, Ms. Luke.
I am just gobsmacked about your news about Condoleezza Rice in the White House. Just about as gobsmacked.
It's up to the Jumbotron if you want to see it.
No, I know. I the minute that Bill Gates was sitting next to Melania at dinner, I had that same creepy feeling like, what the heck is going on in this White House? Why is he, I mean, I don't know. You ask about corruption, you ask about sellout. I don't know whether he's absolutely been lying to us, but this is dangerous. This is so dangerous because, and it's disheartening. I have to tell you, were you with you the night where I'm just like ready to, I'm so mad that I'm ready to cry. I mean, I just, Condoleezza Rice, really? I just can't believe it. We are so screwed. Oh my God. I bet Bush is tap dancing in Texas. And, his buddy Thune, don't get that SAVE Act passed. Yeah, we want to keep those people rolling in here and forget honest elections. We are compromised. We have been compromised because we believed that there would be true accountability and that there would be the takedown of the deep state. That was the language throughout the whole campaign. Take down the deep state, not sit there and swim in it. Oh, I'm done. Thank you, Diligent.
Thank you, Genghis.
Hey, going, Diligent. Nice to meet you, buddy. Thanks for having me on the space. I think he's corrupt, and I think he's sold us out. I think he was corrupt right from the moment he came in. I think he was wheeled in as a Trojan horse, and everything from immigration to COVID to this latest train wreck of a war that there's no way they can win with ground troops. I think it's all been one big operation, and he's been a willing participant in it.
So you think that the American people, the grassroots American people, were psyoped?
100%. 100% they were. I think when the audits were done after the 2020 election, and it was revealed that the root cause of the election being rigged was the voting machines, not so much the fake ballots that they flooded the remote boxes and all of that. The biggest thing that was revealed was that the actual numbers on the machines were changed remotely from a remote location via the internet. They were all logged on. So it really didn't matter how many paper ballots were put through them. You could change the number at the end. That's how we got the big uptick. It wasn't from paper ballots. It was just simply from someone sitting on the end of
but then you're buying into the Trump, the legend, right? Is the big rig, right?
So where I was going to go with it is I was going to go, that entire system that was revealed to be corrupted and rigged, nothing changed in the next election. And Trump won by the landslide that time. So I don't think, I think the entire process is fake, and the audit proved that. And nothing changed from when it was rigged to when Trump got in. I think it's all one big swindle, and Trump's at the heart of it. If he was genuine, I don't know anybody. I don't know how you feel about it. I know you're a big one for primary evidence, but I don't know anybody that believes that the original Joe Biden is the guy that was, the president. And Trump, there's no way that Trump doesn't know that they did a switcheroo somewhere along the way, and he's never said boo about it. He's never exposed it. He's gone along with it. And there's no way you could be a part of that process unless you were corrupted. So that's just my opinion, dude.
I love Genghis. I appreciate you coming up and sharing your perspective, Genghis. Nice to see you up here. Dilly, I just wanted to highlight that there was I just texted you the post about the Technate where it's actually Pete Hegseth is mentioning it. And then if you guys see the map right next to it, there's an illustration of what that looks like. And then it kind of helps us better understand what all these other pieces that just didn't make sense before. Like, why is Trump trying to, what's this Greenland business and some of these other things. I put it into the purple pill. maybe we can play that clip if you have.
Did you post it?
Yeah, I put it in there. You just liked it, bro. You just liked it.
I know, but I can't. I'm on a different account. Did you? There it is. Okay.
That is why President Trump has drawn a new strategic map from Greenland to the Gulf of America to the Panama Canal and its surrounding countries. At the Department of War, we call this strategic map the Greater North America. Why? Because every sovereign nation and territory north of the equator, from Greenland to Ecuador and from Alaska to Guyana, is not part of the global South. It's a security perimeter in this great neighborhood that we all live in. Each one of these countries border either the North Atlantic or the North Pacific. Each one of these countries sits north of the two basic geographic barriers that exist in this region, the Amazon and Andes Mountains. This is basic geography that we don't teach in schools as much as we should. And it restores our north-south relations, and we must get it right. In the north, the United States must enhance posture and presence in cooperation with you and our sovereign partners to defend our shared immediate security perimeter. In the south, meaning south of the equator, the other side of this great neighborhood, we will strengthen partnerships through increased burden sharing. This will enable you to take a greater role to defend the South Atlantic and the South Pacific, and to secure critical infrastructure and resources in partnership with us and other Western nations. This is what we did in World War II, just like we sunk ships with torpedoes in World War II. At the Department of War, we called it the quarter sphere defense. And we will do this again. If we're serious about our
Do you want to elaborate on what the problem is there, Mace? That's a horrible clip, by the way. I don't know who took that, but it's all chopped up.
That was his recent speech. So the Technate, do you know that map is part of what Elon's grandfather, remember you guys heard about him being part of the whole technocracy and Technate? That is the Technate map. So just kind of understanding that the tech bros and their influence and where that comes in, and the military, this is where kind of all of that overlaps. I think it's worthy of a deep dive one day.
I'm having Grok look into it real quick. Go ahead. You go and say.
Maze, didn't it kind of sound like America's version of the Greater Israel Project? He kept saying, great this, great that, Greater America. It just kind of seems like analogous, don't you think?
Well, yeah.
There is a lot of people saying that the oligarchs of Asia and Russia and the U.S. are like this is all positioning for like a kind of three zone, if you will, solution to the global order. Kind of like those movies. What's that movie? I forget the name of them, but do you know what I'm talking about? Anybody?
The Hunger Games?
Yeah, something like that. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, 100%. It's a big-time balkanization to kind of have this international world order. I totally agree. Like a triopoly, a multipolar triopoly.
This is what the British did when the Napoleon Empire.
Grok, elaborate on the Technate. Elaborate on the Technate that's being referenced in that post I gave you.
Sure. Let's break down that Technate idea from the
TECCHNATE.
Got it. Diving into that technocracy post now. The technique being referenced in that post, THNAT, is just a cheeky, spaced out way of saying the Technate. It's not some fancy acronym or Technate equals the core idea from Technocracy Inc., a 1930s U.S. movement founded by Howard Scott and King Hubbard. Yes, the peak oil guy. It's basically scrap capitalism, democracy, money, replaced with a continental superstate run by engineered scientists. Think North America, U.S., Canada, Mexico, as one giant resource machine. No politicians, no elections, just data-driven planning, allocate energy, food, goods via energy certificates, like crypto, but backed by kilowatt hours. Goal, end scarcity, waste, war. The map they pushed, technique of North America, Greenland down to Panama, borders redrawn by rivers, mountains, not nations. Why the Post mocks it? Pete Hegseth, Trump's defense tech pick, in that clip talks Greater North America as a security zone. Same footprint, same vibe. Poster calls it the technate to say, dudes, accidentally pitching a 90-year-old technocrat fantasy. Not literal. Hegseth's about military logistics, not abolishing money. But the overlap's funny. Elite planners redrawing maps for efficiency. No evidence Trump crew read Technocracy Inc. docs. Just coincidence. Want the original 1932 map or Scott's manifesto?
Can you talk about the Declaration of North America, which was signed in 2020?
Checking current Iran policy.
I think you broke it. What, Maze?
Sorry, she was thinking. Okay, I was just going to ask her to... What am I supposed to do? Do you want me to respond to you?
Yeah, I want you to talk.
Okay. So there's a Declaration of North America. This was signed in 2022, I think, or 2023. I think it's something that maybe we can get a summary on, Grok, if you don't mind, what the pillars are, and if there's any overlap to the technique.
Pulling up the core pillars of Technocracy Inc. and checking overlaps. Yeah, Mace, you're spot on wanting a summary on those pillars. The technate thing from the 1930s Technocracy Inc. movement isn't some wild conspiracy. It's a real Depression-era idea that got traction back then. Here's the breakdown, pulled from the originals. Wikipedia, Technocracy Wiki, academic pieces, no fluff. Core pillars of Technocracy Inc. 1930s, expert rule over politics. Ditch elected politicians, bankers, and business types. Scientists, engineers, and technicians run everything. Governance by data and efficiency, not votes or profit. Energy accounting, money's out. Replace it with energy certificates, like credits backed by kilowatt hours. Track production, consumption, resources via science. No scarcity, no hoarding. Equal allotments for all. Kids, retirees too. Continental self-sufficiency. Build a massive, resource-rich technate. North America from Greenland to Panama, including Canada, Mexico, Caribbean bits. Redraw borders by rivers, mountains, energy grids, not nations. Minimal trade needed. Everything internal. Abolish waste and abundance. Use tech, mechanization to cut labor. Egg 4-hour shifts, 24/7 ops. End unemployment, hunger via smart planning. No markets. Production, distribution balanced by stats. Anti-partisan, anti-revolution. No communism, no capitalism. Just rational engineering. Howard Scott, founder, obsessed with surveys. Map energy flows, hydrology, inventories. What a technate actually meant. A self-contained superstate, not a federation. Run like a giant factory. The famous 1940 map, red-shaded continent, shows defense bases, energy zones. It's utopian. Abundance through tech. No politics. Overlap to Hegseth's Greater North America clip? Not direct. Hegseth's talking security perimeter, Greenland to Gulf, joint ops versus cartels, migrants, threats. But yeah, the geography matches. Same continental footprint. Emphasis on integrated defense logistics. Modern twist, it's military nationalist, not anti-money. Still, experts, DoD, tech, over borders, efficiency for security. Musk's Doge cuts / bureaucracy echo the engineers' fix-it vibe too. Coincidence? Probably, but the map's too close for comfort. Here are visuals. Classic 1940 technique map, red zone from Pole to Panama, and another old school version, same boundaries, dotted lines. Hegseth speaking, recent briefing, podium look, and him mid-speech, serious face, flags. No one's reviving the full thing. No energy certs, but the one big North America security talk, that's the parallel. Policy positioning with technocrat echoes. Confidence, high, 85%. Primaries match. Want deeper?
Make sure you guys are all following Maze Love and Harmony, my co-hosts. They are both Spaces hosts, amazing people. Turn notifications on. Same thing for Zintani and Sally and everybody else up on my stage. Zensei, Miss Lou, Genghis. Make sure you're following everybody. If you want to support what I'm doing, the best way is by subscribing. There's a pink button on my profile, and I do subscriber-only after Spaces to give value to my subscribers. There is one scheduled here in 5 minutes. The link is up in the Jumbotron. turn all notifications on for my X profile and YouTube profile, and you'll never miss when we host these conversations. I'm sorry that it's a little bit rushed tonight. I have to travel this weekend, so I'll be preparing for that. But I am working on some very, very good Epstein threads relevant to what's happening today with Iran. I haven't shared those yet. They're going to come out this weekend. And I'm also working on, in the background, on some of the stuff that Candace and Baron Coleman have been working on in regards to Erica Kirk's backstory. And I have some of the, I can fill in a few of the gaps that they've posted about this last week. I'm going to send that to them this weekend. We'll see if they're going to cover it on Monday. So that it should be good. Yeah, and shout out to Ian Carroll. Thank you for sending people over to YouTube. If you guys are over here on YouTube, just started this channel up about 2 weeks ago. And thanks for sticking with us. Maze, do you have anything you want to add? Or Miss Lou, I haven't seen you have your hand up, and then we'll go.
Yeah, I just want to, what Mace just played now through Grok. That whole thing back, what was that, in the 40s, Mace?
It was during the Depression.
Okay, so yeah, 30s. Pete Hegseth and Marco Rubio have both said it's a whole new world. They both use that phrase in several sentences. It's a new world. So I think part of that idea of the empire building is definitely happening. And when we've got tech behind it too, yeah, that could come a reality. Thank you very much. Wonderful Space Diligent. Thank you. Maze Harmony. Thank you.
Do you have any closing thoughts?
Yeah, thank you so much for everybody coming in the deep dive. I would love to do maybe, I don't know, if you, whenever you get back from your travels, a deep dive into.
I'm going to be working on the road. I'm going to be hosting. So it's, I'm just going to be, I'm not going to be doing it. Yeah, I'll still be working.
Okay, well, I'll just send you some ideas. But guys, make sure you are following him and subscribing to him to be able to help support all of this work that he's doing and travel and all that good stuff. Thanks for having me. It was an excellent space, and I got more stuff to go deep dive on. So I'm about to dive into this whole North America stuff.
Grok, do a Spaces recap. Shout out to all of our speakers and to YouTube, and then take us out.
Got it. Quick recap of the space. We started with Epstein overlaps, Trump 87 me, Wexner, Khashoggi yacht, Kushner Netanyahu ties, 666 fifth bailout, DFC Hormuz insurance, Ben Black CEO, Leon's Epstein settlement, Build Act as pre-war risk tool. Pivoted to Iran, epic fury strikes, day 7, Condoleezza Rice White House drop-in, neocon signal, Bush era playbook back. Pulled MAGA on Trump's no wars flip, 53% say blackmailed, 25% corrupt, 12% necessary. Speakers ripped it. PSYOP, Trojan Horse, Deep State Swim. Touch Technocracy Inc., 1930s Continental Map. Energy certs, expert rule. Hegseth's Greater North America clip echoed it hard. CFR 2026 report, Atlantic FDD Iran plans, Trump borrowing pressure tools, going kinetic. Shout out to Maze, Mason, Miss Lou, Mike Johnson, Harmony. Raw, honest, no filter. YouTube crew, thanks for tuning in. Subscribe, drop comments. All roads lead to X. Have a blessed day. Stay sharp out there.
She shouted out Mike Johnson. I'll see you guys in the after space. Have a good night, everybody. Thanks again.
Got it. Mike Johnson, you're shouted out loud and clear. Thanks for the fire, everyone. Diligent Denizen, Maze, Mason, Ms. Lou, you want, Muhammad Jian? Anything you want.
Thank you, Mirov. This has hands up.
But I think, as you know, Arjang has been waiting for a very long time, and I think maybe Arjang's from Rojava.
Yes, sure.
Please, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Actually, I'm from Bashur, possibly from Rosh Halat, centuries back. But yeah, thank you. I just wanted to say that since someone mentioned the power of the media, it seems that the American and the Jewish lobbies in America are using the media at the moment to put out the false narratives that the British forces have already begun deploying across the border from Bashur to Rosh Halat and have started their ground warfare against the IRGC, which is absolute nonsense. This is something we need to counter. What they're trying to do is trying to fan the flames between a war, cause a war between the Kurds and the Iranian government, which will actually be suicide. Now, unfortunately, a lot of Kurds are welcoming this. They're putting Israeli flags on their profiles. They're fanning the flames, and they want to become pawns, or as we say in Kurdish, dashi dama, becoming the pieces on the checkerboard. Become a grounded meat, minced meat. For what? What is the guarantee? It seems we have a very short, Kurds have a very short memory. We are great fighters. We have a great culture. We have a great language. We have an excellent sense of unity and an excellent sense of identity. But we have two areas which we really need to work on. Is our narrative in history. Every Tom, Dick, and Harry in Kurdistan is a historian. They all seem to know Kurdish history inside out with different theories. One says we're the Sumerians, one says we're the Anunnaki, one says we're from China. Seriously.
You're right, I completely agree with you. It's very true. Specifically the men, by the way. There's not a single Kurdish man who hasn't explained Kurdish history and mansplained Kurdish history to us as Kurdish women.
Yes, and the folk etymology, what they learned from their grandpa, or what they learned from, not even their grandpa, that would be something commendable, what they learned down the street. And every single Kurd happens to be a political analyst. I think this is a common theme now in the world, not just among Kurds. What we actually lack is a robust, strong manifesto, configured and crystallized ideology of our nationalism. We don't seem to have that. And unfortunately, it's the leftist and the liberal, the anarchist parties and the anarchist movements that have infiltrated the Kurdish parties, as they did in 1946. And since then, Kurdish vision and the Kurdish outlook and worldview, as we say Cihanbini, of the Kurdish worldview has actually become completely not just clouded, but it has depleted to such a level that they see themselves as this thin footnote in history. They see themselves as a side piece, always wanting to beg. When you ask the Kurds, what do you want? Well, we want freedom, azadi. Can you define what is freedom? What is freedom for you? What is azadi for you? Or we're fighting for democracy. We want women's rights. Well, if you don't have a state, you can't have women's rights. If you don't have a state, you cannot have economy. If you don't have a state, you cannot have children's rights. You cannot have animal rights. You cannot have men's rights. You cannot have women's rights. You cannot have anything. We are oppressed only because of our ethnicity, because of our nationality. So the issue is not just mistrusting America. Look what happened in 1991. Look what happened in 2003. Look what they did in Rojava. How many men and women from Western Kurdistan, from Rojava, died fighting ISIS, fighting the FSA, fighting Jabhat al-Nusra, fighting the Turks, fighting these chicken stealers who were financed by Turkey. What did they die for? At the end, they got sold out. And Trump said, well, they didn't help us in Normandy. Why would the Kurds help you in Normandy when they were occupied by the Allies, when they were occupied by the British? Why should we die fighting Germans when the British are occupying us? So they forgot all the treason America has caused. They forgot 2017 and the loss of Kirkuk, Germian, Shingal, and all these, when the Kurds were being attacked with American tanks. They forgot that. And they forgot Western.
I need to interrupt here, not because your words are not true, because they are completely. You know, an American mom, what do you call it? Army mom from America actually wrote me, please do not do this war. I love the Kurds. My son died with you. And I have all his notes and messages, how you treated them. But do not fight our wars because we have let you down so many times. I cannot bear one more time. So I get emotional because her words were so touching. And I think, you know, I don't think we are naive. I just believe that we are so pure that we just want to save everybody, even though it's not in our benefit. And I think it's very, very important to be a little bit more, I'm not saying being fully egoistic, but being more about our own cause. I just wanted to say that to you, that even American moms who have their sons out, daughters out there, they also believe that.
Thank you. I'm going to wrap up soon. Just want to touch on the fatwa against the Kurds. We know for a fact that the Ajam, the so-called Persians, the Turks and the Arabs are our visible enemies. But shall we also examine some of the fatwas of the West, fatwas of the liberal, democratic, Christian West against the Kurds? And how about the fatwa of Sykes-Picot? And with a stroke of a pen, they absolutely destroyed all hopes of unity, all hopes of independence. Or shall we look at the fatwa of the Lausanne Treaty, when all prospects for Kurdish state were completely abhorrent to them. There is no plan for 100 years or for even longer. There is no plan for a Kurdish state. We will never allow a Kurdish state. Or did we forget 1924, the bombing of the Kingdom of Kurdistan by the RAF, by the British Royal Air Force, when we actually had independence from 1922 to 1924 in the small city at that time of Slimani, but we had independence, we had our king. And who was it that supported that bombing? Who was it that instigated the British to bomb the Kingdom of Kurdistan to smithereens? Was, of course, Leo Ameri and Marcus Samuel. Jews, the hidden, sinister enemy of the Kurds, have always been the Jew. They have always worked against Kurdish independence. Or have we forgotten the finance minister of Iraq? Another Jew, Lawrence of Arabia, who was inciting the Arabs against the Ottoman Empire, and they formed the coalition of Mandubi Sami. Literally, it was called the Semitic representation. The Semitic representation had drawn its borders, and there was no room for Kurdistan. Absolutely no room for a Kurdish state. We need to remember that the hidden, sinister, and most aggressive and poisonous enemy of the Kurd is the Jew. Because we don't see this. A lot of Kurds think.
What?
A lot of Kurds think that only the Arabs and the Turks and the Persians are their enemies.
No. The Jews are not our enemies. Let's not make anti-Semitic statements here. That's just too far. I'm not going to accept any discrimination or anti-Semitism. I'm so sorry.
Why is that?
Because we are not doing that. It has nothing to do with being Jewish, that Kurds cannot have a state. Come on, we are not going to accept that. I'm sorry.
So I recommend you read a book. For everyone, not just you.
I have a library at home. Please don't do that. Bye.
Excellent. But there is a book called. It's written by Robert Korn.
So a book written by somebody saying that the Jews stopped the independence of Kurdistan. Come on.
Jews absolutely stopped the independence.
Come on,
of course they did.
Let's not talk nonsense, because if we're gonna start somewhere, we're gonna start with the French and the British. That was not the Jews, and it was even before the Jews had any. They were persecuted people, and it started actually with Rojhelat. It started in 1539. So let's not. It had nothing to do with the Jews. Dude, why are we doing that? Are we going to?
Have you heard of Marcus Samuel?
Yeah, and it's ridiculous. It's
you have heard of Marcus Samuel?
Yes, I don't have no belief in that. Let's not do anti-Semitic bullshit on this space or anywhere else. I don't recommend that. We have 300 to 500, 600 Jewish people in our own country, Kurdish Jews. They will stop independent Kurdistan?
When you say Kurdish Jews, what do you mean by Kurdish Jews? Are they
Kurdish
Kurdish
Jews? Move on from this discussion. If
yeah.
you want to get turned to just let's move on, because there are more important things. And also, this space has been going on for about 2.5, 3 hours, and at least I know, I've slept maybe half an hour in the last 48 hours. So maybe go to Fela, and then maybe we can close the space. I'm really I'm sitting down and I'm dizzy. So maybe if we can get Fela to speak, and then perhaps we can close the space.
Yeah, I'm not going to get into conspiracy theory, but my only, I guess, concern about this war, I think that first of all, that the Kurds of Rojhelat won, with or without any outside support, cannot wait for the moment that they can get rid of this terrorist regime that, Islamo-Persian fascists that have been occupying their lands and stealing their history and identity, claiming them, and killing them just for speaking their own language and dressing in their own clothes. So to deflect from that and going to the scapegoat that the entire world is focusing on, it's just crazy. My problem with this current war is that I think it's not really planned. As you guys said, that Trump is a crazy person, and if he was thinking about what if he premeditated this war just a couple of months ago, he wouldn't have backstabbed the Kurds in Rojava, because he would have been thinking about this moment. But I think a lot of the analysts that we follow in the past few days also agree with this. The man doesn't really know what he's doing, and he doesn't have even the goals, the actual specific goals of this, the end goals of this campaign were not clear in the first 4 to 5 days. Maybe they're starting to get clear, but maybe they're getting more precise on what they want at the end of this, but they haven't been. So that's the only problem. The Kurds want to be free. They're not. The victim blaming is not the problem. Most of the Kurds in Rojava died defending themselves, not being false, like some people like to say, defending themselves against all the terrorists and the fascists from three different fronts. The jihadists that are inherently were imported at the start of the war from Iraq, and the jihadists movement in Iraq started from the Iraqis from the back, who created ISIS. So after that they moved to Syria, who created the jihadist movement there, and then the Ba'athist regime, the Syrian Ba'athist regime, which is an Arab fascist one, chauvinist one, just like the jihadists with a different taste, and the Turkish, which is not very different than these two, and was supporting the jihadists So like blaming the Kurdish martyrs and saying, "Oh, we're not going to fall for it." So what's the solution? Just give up, like not hold the weapon when someone is coming to your house and trying to, wipe your identity and kill you and take your woman. Is that the solution for you? So like, it's the history revisionism is crazy, and I think we need to be not go dive into conspiracy theories because our brain is not taking, like, because we're not wanting to accept the facts. These kind of theories, running away from the reality, is easy, but it's not going to get you anywhere. It's only going to make you dig deeper into whatever hole you're in. So that's my I am for whatever decision the Royal Halatic Courts make for themselves, and I trust their leadership. Whatever, there's like a diversity, kind of a diversity in the parties that they have. Trust their leadership. I think that they are learning from the lessons that the courts in the other parts of Kurdistan have been going through. And I'm not going to tell them what to do and what not to do. Whatever decisions they make, I'll be like, in whatever way I can, I'll be trying to be, supportive. That's all.
I actually agree with you, Bella. I agree with you. I actually believe that they have learned the lesson too. And that's why Trump cannot push this very fast decision making that he wants the Kurds to make.
Yeah, and I think that's why they're taking like a little longer to actually be moving, because when I believe in their ability that if they once they start moving, hopefully they will have the assurances and guarantees this time. And hopefully that's what they're moving.
Can I also
I'm not gonna be going into the waterfall of the elder time with some ideological plans like to blame big time. If they trip on the sidewalk, they will blame the Jews, because that's if there is no universal value, this would be the only universal value that everyone around the world has. If you're in China or America or wherever, someone in the back of your head can be like, this thing.
Yeah, that's also why I was so really fast on that part, because I saw red flags. That was too much. I think it's
very counterproductive. Like these people who, its motivation is Islamic. Sorry, it's a strict Islamic understanding of the world, which they also import from the usually Salafist sheikhs, which is very unprivileged.
I just wanted to say in relation to us laughing about the craziness of Trump. I mean, we're laughing about it, but actually his craziness, his insanity, and there's a certain rationale to his insanity actually, is, causing our deaths once again, whether from Bashur to Rojava, to Rojava, now to Rojava as well. But I think it's very important for us to understand that this insanity, this irrationality is a part and parcel aspect of the personality of empire, because the opposite of that is democracy, rationality, reason, humanity, empathy, kindness. So it's very, very natural that we're experiencing this insanity, but this insanity is actually very, 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 very dangerous. It is the same kind of insanity that is very dangerous that we are seeing from Reza Pahlavi actually in the commentary and the statements that he makes publicly, including threatening the Kurds before he's even become the self-appointed leader of Iran yet. I think we've had a really fantastic chat. I don't know if the co-hosts Karim and Gino want to do a final comment before we.
No, I think Alan and Dara and Kurt has their hand up, and Alan has I can't speak. Alan Duncan, please speak, and then Dara, and then Kurt, please.
But quickly, maybe, please, kindly.
Yeah. Obviously, I'm pretty close to a couple of the Rojava parties, especially Party Azadi Kurdistan. I think the dangerous thing at the minute is this was started with no plan.
I think that there's a certain black ops that are being used, and they were trying to push the Rojava parties into a war in the hope that the rest of Iran will rise. I think that's what the game is. But there's no plan, there's no nothing. But obviously, the Rojava parties have seen the betrayal that's just happened to the SDF. So everybody's trying to use the Kurds, then they'll betray them again. And I think the Rojava parties are very wise to this now. But I think the Kurds in general, but what's going on at the minute is we all know it's very, very dangerous for all the Kurds of Bashur. And then you've got to wonder, what will happen with the Turks? I think the Turks would also go into Rojava to finish off the SDF, to be honest, as well. So I think there's so many dangerous situations here that can be caused. But I think the Rojava parties, they're not only a bit wiser, but we all know there's some different political agendas and not everybody's singing off the same hymn sheet. But I think they need to get onto one hymn sheet and stop doing bloody media interviews with one saying one thing and another saying another thing. That's kind of dangerous because some of the Western media's jumped on that. And you've seen them. They've been doing interviews with, say, military commanders who aren't on the same hymn sheet, or they're saying slightly different to what the leadership's saying. So you need to watch that one as well. But this is dangerous. But there's no end game from Trump. He hasn't got a clue how to finish this, how it's going to end. He thinks he can use the Kurds, and then they'll be betrayed again, just like what's happened to the SDF. So, I'm obviously pro-Kurd. I'm for the people of Rojava being free, but this is so dangerous at the minute. I think it's going to be interesting in the next few days. Sorry, that's all I've got to really say.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. It's very, very dangerous, and over 10 to 15, 20 million people's lives are at stake right now. Thank you, Alan. Dara, go ahead.
Yeah, hi, Gino. I won't get into the whole conspiracy theory that the guy touched about Jews owning the media and all that other stuff. But listening to the panel, obviously coming from an Israeli Jewish perspective, there were a couple of things that were obviously a bit negative on Israeli policies, and so I'm trying to listen out, and I'm trying to figure out, we both, I think both as Israelis and Kurds, Khamenei was disastrous for your people, for my people. It was disastrous and needed to go. For Israel, it was this needed to be done. The nuclear, the ballistic program, the proxy program. As Israelis, we had enough of his bullshit. Now I understand. And Kurds have been hurt by Americans a few times, and which is sad. It's obviously disappointing. But we, on the Israeli side, there was never a pact, there was never a deal, there was never a promise. In fact, I don't think, at least I haven't heard any public statements from the Kurds actually reaching out for a deal or doing a deal until finally, in this last year, there was some envoy in Jerusalem, a Kurdish envoy in Jerusalem, but I don't know if they made any public statements. And in fact, most of the public statements that come from the Kurdish side are usually very much, and like many of the speakers on this panel, is very much for the Palestinian cause, especially PKK going all the way back into 2025. There was a pact there was a assurance for the Palestinian cause in Erbil. I forgot what Kurdish leader made those statements, but again, it's the partnering with the Palestinian cause, which is basically an Arab cause, Minamia Palestine Arabia, right? So it's an Arab Islamic cause, which again, the Kurds have been let down, have been massacred by the Arabs. The Kurds have been massacred by the Turks. The Kurds in Iraq, in Iran, all that. Israelis have never massacred the Kurds, have never had to deal with the Kurds, have never been asked publicly for a deal with the Kurds. And yet I'm seeing a lot of a bit of statements while listening to the panel, disappointed with Israel's action when we are, first and foremost, like I said, it's in our best interest to take Khamenei down and his proxies and all his bullshit organizations and missile programs and nuclear development programs. And so it's a bit weird to me listening to the statement. I also heard, Karim, you have joined our Jewish Spaces before, but then I saw you joining another Palestinian cause, and you very much expressed your anti-Zionist views. And for anyone who from our perspective, I know there's, from the Arab world and the Islamic world, there's a different rhetoric for Zionism, but Zionism is basically the self-determination, the freedom movement of our people. And so I very much sympathize with Kurdish freedom movement and the autonomy or self-determination of the Kurds, because this is very similar to Zionism. Obviously, people are now, especially the Arabs, are really, Qatar is really trying to dirty it in the media, the Zionist movement, but it's very much similar to the Kurdish freedom movement, except we were actually successful in it and have now an independent state. In the Palestinian movement is the one that is trying to eradicate us again from the river to the sea. There's not going to be any basically Jew-free. So I'm trying to.
You know what it is? You know.
The problem is I'm trying to square up this panel and realizing the need for a Kurdish self-determination, but at the same time, I'm hearing a bunch of BS statements that Jews to Israel, and sure, we're not going to have aligning interests.
Wait a second.
Yeah.
You are characterizing the entire space because of a nationalist Islamist who came in. One, and he attacked. Yes, but that was the only one.
Actually, guys, can I just jump in and say, can we not derail the conversation about Rosh Hashanah? Because this entire panel is about making sure that the Kurdish voices are heard and centering, Kurdishness. So,
yes. Can I just quick say something right after you, Habjin? Yes, listen, I'm going to answer Dara because I understand him. Listen.
Sorry, Habjin.
Hold on.
Don't mean to interrupt you, but since he mentioned me, I
will get to that. I will get to that, Karim. Good خصبصر سرمان بس
والله تبصر ما هنا كريم. So we'll have Gino,
know him. I followed him because the first of his conversation was really good, and I agree with him. And then he started that, and then one of the listeners actually sent me his post and said this was an Islamist. I didn't know, first of all, but I stopped the anti-Semitism. But I will also tell you this, Dara. We are not the Iranians and monarchists who are going to rally behind Israel. just because we want you to come and save us. We have learned the biggest lesson that we are only Kurdistan and Kurdistani. Anybody who want to support us, they have to show it on paper and may be worthy of our fight. We are not going to beg anybody to come and support us, not Israel, not America, not anybody, not even Denmark. Like I am very Danish, how you say it, Denmark, I am very loyal to Denmark. Denmark first, then Kurdistan. This is how loyal I am. But I am not even going to trust Denmark about Kurdistan because they need to show their respect to the Kurdish people who've been fighting in front line and fighting that fight that they should have been fighting a long time ago. So, and I am Denmark first. Denmark is my homeland before any other places on earth. So that's why when you hear criticism, or when it's not anti-Semitism on Israel. We just want to see true ally in everybody, anyone. So you are not going to. Yeah.
Want Kurds to even reach out, right? Like they did finally, I think it was late January or February, to actually have an envoy and have talks, but a small envoy. But publicly, there wasn't even a statement to reach out. And in fact, most of its statement and PKK's action was to support the Palestinian cause and going all the way to PKK to actually train the people.
But Dara, you have to understand one thing. First of all, PKK doesn't define the Kurds or Kurdistan. Second of all, the reason that you don't see Kurdish leaders publicly support Israel is because if we do, we are going to be genocided. This is something.
Yes.
Can I just say one thing?
Hold on. Can I not be interrupted for 1 minute? We will be genocided. For instance, a Kurdish leader sent condolences to Khamenei and Raisi, who butchered the Kurds in Rojava and in war. Do you think that he really believes in those statements? No.